Good morning. Happy Saturday. We're going to make some of these WASM bygen changes. We'll start with the test. This one is working. So, default, done. Should probably put a PR out for that. The second one for deserialized with, I screwed up. I did. Basically, this missing or invalid is not correct. It's not. And basically it would work if the return type was missing, right? If the map didn't have a return type. However, in the example down below, it had a return type. It was just the wrong type, which means that, well, this function should have an attempt to deserialize it. Now, if we go back to missing or invalid, we don't really want to return an invalid type here. What we want to do is actually call deserialize any on it and let deserialize any actually result in parsing the wrong type. Let me read through this. We expect such enums to be represented via plain JS objects. So let's explicitly exclude sets, maps, and any other iterables. Okay. I think the content of this is actually supposed to be a call to deserialize any. Let's put that back. Oh, good. Streamer mode turned on today. I keep forgetting about that. There we go. Okay, where any of these fail. Okay. No, that's the only one. What about invalid type? Where's this being called? Okay, at the end of deserialize any, deserialize unit. Try it out. Oh, where is Safari? Run these little tests. Good, good. Oh, panicked at BBB. Fantastic. That's actually heading in the right direction because I had panic all over this in the test. Yes, here we go. Visit string. Perfect. Okay. I couldn't figure out why these weren't being called, so I stamped out a whole bunch of them just to panic and see which one was getting called. We can delete the extras. Now we can check to see whether or not that actually matches. Or return true or false. And again. Good morning, usually. Hi. How you going? Well, looks like we can remove missing or invalid. Okay. Ah, now it actually worked. And we don't have any fails, which is interesting. Huh. Gym's open here again. And you're extremely sore right now. Uh, I understand. All right. Let's look. Get UI. What has changed here? Two. So this one changed, but it was wrong. Okay. And the test was also wrong. And what happens? Let's add some more tests. If we come through this direction and we say, hey, this just isn't there at all, what happens? I'm just curious at this point. So the case is you're actually missing something on here and you're passing it and you have it tagged with deserialized with. So usually, hi, are you a gym rat? I'm not. Ah, it'll just say missing field. That seems reasonable. Okay. Yeah, we don't have to add this one. Okay, so we have default working. We've got the other working. You know what? Let's do something else. Get log. We're going to reset to there. There we go. Get UI. Take another stab at this. Maybe we should do this in two pieces. Two different PRs. One for One for default and the other for this one. The deserialize with. All right, let's do that. Okay. Making sure we got the spacing right. Good. That looks decent. That's the only thing in this file that needs to be committed. That's the other test. Good. Oh, and we're missing a WASM bind gen down there. Good. Yeah, that has that. I should have done these 2 different times. But let's see, that's not default. Nope, nope, nope. Deserialize any. What about this? I know we need this next value. Interesting. We actually have to commit portion of this. Okay. What else? Those, any. Skipping those is undefined. We need that chunk there goes. This whole chunk, I believe it goes. Yes. And this whole chunk. This one here. Values undefined. Return the next one. Yeah, we do a little recursion here. Hopefully there aren't too many undefined things in a row. We could avoid the recursion though, couldn't we? It's probably safer. And what about this one? We have a key value thing going on. Yeah, values undefined. There's some recursion. Okay, that's the other one. Gonna go ahead and commit these. Was this it? Enabling Saturday default. Okay. Its status. Oh, and even the branch is wrong. Get checkout. LZ. Default. Oh, dash B. Yes. Get log. Good. Push that one. Then we'll go back to the other one. Maybe we should. No, no, no. I want to do one more change here. I want to change it from recursion to looping. Yeah, we're gonna reset to here. Okay. So what was in the other branch? Hmm. Oh, I see. Just that one, thank you. Let's run the test again. Yeah, good. Deserialize with is working. We'll double check. Oh, yep, those are all good. And this is just the test. Okay. Okay. Then we'll go back over to the other branch. Make sure that one still works. Once we know that this works, then we'll do some refactoring on this. Okay, still works. Great. Okay. So basically anywhere we had next value, and we ended up skipping it in order to go to the next one. Like here, we end up calling next key seed. So we end up recursing instead of iterating. Let's see, this is going to be the next key seed. What should that be equal to? Like some sort of option? The result of the match. how about y let some pair is going to be equal to that. And then if we do find something, we return it here. Otherwise, we continue. Okay. I'm going to do the same thing here, probably the same pattern. So if it's undefined, we keep recursing. Oops, too far. We need that one. Okay, with those changes, does it still work? Just validate out that before we do the next one. Good, so far so good. Is that actually on a map? We should add a test for a map though. We got it. All right. Here it is. How do we create a map? We're not going to be doing some sort of JSON and parsing. Maps are a little bit more complex than that. So we don't deserialize to a map. Create a new one. Then we set key value pairs on them. Is it put or set? I don't remember. Set. With a key and value. Okay. Data something. Okay, we purposefully do not include the missing piece. We do not need to parse it. Just call from value on that. Okay. One more test again. How do we do that? It's from value. And I've had a hard time with this just to begin with. Because this JS value, this type here, could be borrowed. And I don't understand why they don't borrow it. Is it something to do with Serday? Because it's deserialized owned? It must be. Oh no, that's the return type. The return type is owned. Yeah. I don't know why this value isn't taken by reference. All right. Let's see it one more time. How's everyone doing today? You have a good week? Oh, it failed. Missing field data. Yes, it is missing. And it should be defaulted. So for map, it doesn't work, but for object, it does. Is that because of our recent changes? Or because, here, let's go look. Wrong file? There we go. So what's happening here? Loop until a defined value is found. So if value is not undefined, we return that key and save the next value. That seems reasonable. Just one. I'm gonna add some information. Missing field. Now, why is this an error with a JS value? It's an error with a JS value. It seems like a get is being called. Missing field. Where is that? Is that in here? No. So that's generated. $663. Yeah, that doesn't exist. Oh, that's a wrong file. Okay, that's a runner. That's not the test file. A little too much. From value. So it goes into deserialized struct for, yeah, that's our struct. Okay. But it's correctly saying that there's nothing there, but it's not correctly getting a default. Yeah, those are just the recursion changes. Hmm. So why would it not be going into that other case? Why would it not be finding the default? When does Saturday choose a default? That I don't know. Because if we do go through and you deserialize something, here, let's start a test. And it said that missing field. Oh, data. It says that data is missing. It's right there. And it's not saying that missing is missing. It's saying that data is missing. And we have data. Does deserializing maps just not work? Hash map. Here. Hmm. That's serializing it. That that's a little strange to me. If we iterated over this, would we how many elements would we have? And if we went through the entries, or just check the size. Because we should have called set. Right. Oh, it returns a new map. Is that the problem? Oh, I hope that's not it. That'd be a really weird. I don't know. It just feels like it'd be really weird to use it that way. Okay. Still missing field data. Okay. Well, if it's missing field data, that didn't help. I'm going to undo that. Let's check the size on it. 1 is equal to map.size. Was it size? Let's double check. Yeah, size. Okay. That was fine. It has a size of 1. What? B-tree map, hash map, test enum, maps. Create a Rust hash map with non string keys to make sure that we support real arbitrary maps. Okay. They take it into a JS map, the res here. Then look through the entries. So you can serialize a map, but you can't deserialize a map? And then, or are they just not checking the deserialization? Now let's serialize maps as objects. Huh. Maybe we ran into something else? Okay. I found it actually a little bit difficult to log in here. Let's check the cargo. Do they have dev dependency? WASM bindgen test. Was there a console log or a console something in there? Console log. Perfect. Oh, come on. And what does this take? Only routes to console log instead. Okay. Let's see if we see that. Deserializer cannot be formatted with the default formatter. It's because we're doing a convert pair. And it's pair dot get 0. Well, oh, we're not in the test code. Let's change that. Cargo to toml. Dev dependencies. We'll take and toss that up in dependencies. Now we can use it. Now we know in our test this is going to be strings only. So let's do a unchecked into again. Get a string. String from that. Just so we can see what is coming through here. All right. Is there any other output? Nothing else? Hmm. Interesting that we didn't get our console log. So did it not even go through the loop? Here. So one in there, one, I guess it could have gone into the entry seed. Next entry seed. All right. Still nothing. Does this console log not work? I mean, this is the only place, the only entry there. I mean, we could put it down here, but that doesn't make sense. Although that wouldn't be the first time I got into that situation and it did something and then it ended up making sense. Logs, everything. Huh. All right. Well, if console log isn't working, we will change this to panic. Just because we can. Just because. I want to see that it's working. That doesn't work. We're on the right port, everything, yes. Default map. It's it's not even deserializing the map. Wow. Okay. Just wow. That seems like a hole. Hmm. And I presume the other test would fail if we remove the test filter. Yeah. Okay, now we have enums failing. But maps, objects, object keys. That one works. Okay, then that one's panicking. Huh. I think my test is broken. I'm trying to go from a map to a struct. All right, no JSON involved. just that type to this type. From value calls deserialize on our type. And we give it a deserializer. It has to be a JS value. Okay. We're gonna go through the fun process. Okay. Our console logs aren't working. Our panics are. Get ready to panic. That's not working. Okay. However, it wasn't going into this for our test. Is it calling deserialize any first? How does it need to know? How does it know it needs to do one of these? Let's see, where is this referenced? Oops. Morning, JB Brad. How you doing? Good morning. So there's deserialized map. Impl, use, struct. Let's go to the use. I feel like this isn't actually being called on our object. Like somehow it's not yet a map. Where is this being called? Oh, by Serde. Or by that. This is the deserialize any? Yes. Could it be falling into one of these first? Wolf, number, string, array, object, or invalid type. And it must be going into here. And it looks like it's going into the right place. Let's see if it's coming into here. Oops. Panic. It's like printf debugging, but worse. Because you only get one. What? Okay, well, it's not going in there. Why? So if it didn't go into deserialized map, did it go into deserialized struct? And where's that called from? Deserialized struct. Unvariant access. Oh, that's interesting. Hey. Okay, so we're going into deserialized struct, which is called from here. Well, why is it called from here instead of somewhere else? Variant access. Let's check the docs on variant access. Is a visitor that is created by the deserializer and passed to the deserialize to deserialize the content of a particular enum variant. Come in here. If it's an object, we do one thing. We do object access. Then we call visit map on that. But this could be a map at this point. Is there a check for his map? Well, there's a dynamic cast. You can do a dyne cast and see if that fails. Hey, Eric, thank you for the follow. Well, it looks like we'd have to do a check at this point. Is it an object? If so, then let's do a check and see what kind of object it is. Because we might not want to do an object access like this. We might need to do a map access. Because deserialized map only comes through the deserialized any, which is not where this is coming in from. And deserialized any starts to get called after we get into this deserialized struct. Is this actually in their documentation? Supported types. Or deserialization. Okay, so you can convert it to a map. Oh, thank you. Is it yeser? Or Y3 star? Good morning. Serialization is compatible with the deserialization, but is limited to single representation, so it chooses map for Rust maps. Okay, so the issue is it's just not implemented for this, and they don't promise it. Yeah, typed Rust structure. There we go. Well, looks like we're adding a new one. We want to go from a map to a type. Oh. Well, you can't, can you? An object has strings as keys. Yeah, this is going to be different. Oh, we'll see. Yeah, and Eric, that's the first project we started on stream. We will get back to it after I finish building a website for my neighbor. Okay. If self.value.isObject, and we'll cast it. And come in there. Okay. Otherwise, we can still use this. However, before we get into that, we actually have to check to see, are you a map or not? And what should we do for that? Oh, and we're using Museon's new read chat. So we have status there. We've got the messages. We've got links. So Captain had a link earlier. We can turn the badges on and off. We can turn the time on and off. The colors are configurable. I just didn't do it yet. That and Museon's adding a whole bunch of stuff. So it's really cool. Yeah, it's working out really well. And there's also a dev branch, but I didn't dig into that. There was a 7 items that they were trying to tackle last night. Yeah, I think we have to do the dying cast. Match self dot value dot dine into map. So we'll do the map error. We still get the value. So at that point, we have a map. We know it's a map. So we'll create a map access. And how do they create the iter on this? Oh, there. Huh. Object entries. No. I think we're actually looking at this one here, the map. Let's double check, because this is a map. Genesis map. We're going to create a map access. Okay. Entries. We have an iterator. An iterator has, was it into iter? That actually returns Rust iterator. Hello, Dark Lord developer. Good morning. I close some files here. Actually, I'm going to go back to this. I want to see. So if you can do a try iter on that, because it implements the JavaScript iterable, it does map. I don't think it's actually listed in here though. Ah, okay, so it is there for map. And if it doesn't work, where do we get entries? Entries as object entries? Yeah, I don't think that's gonna happen, but let's look at that. Yeah, no, that's not it. So really it's gonna be going through here and getting that type. I don't want to do an unwrap there. Serialization, yes. Actually, we're in the Serday WASM bind gen. So There were a couple little changes that we needed for the project we're working on, particularly getting default to work from Saturday. Let me show you. So in the test that we added here, I want default to work so we can have data migration. Default and deserialized with. I want those two things working. Yeah, yeah, that would make migration very, very easy, right? You just make sure that the next type or the next field that you're adding to a struct has a default and that your struct is default, and it's just magic. Everything gets filled in for you instead of having to write complicated serialization. If you did have to, let's say, convert some data from one type to the next, you'd have to write that. But as long as you keep your data simple, it should work out just fine. Okay. Oh yes, this try iter. Can we do that there? No, because the error type isn't the right error type. Found option. Really? Okay, what's try iter do? Oh, it gives us a result to an option. What? Why is it a result to an option? Okay. Ah, object access is different than map access. See, this kind of got me a little bit. They actually have a struct named map access, and there was this trait in Saturday called map access. That tripped me up a little bit. And how map access implements map access. Hmm. You know what we could do instead of this dine into here? Because eventually, this doesn't actually take a map, right? It just takes the iterator. Okay. So if we did a JSys here, whoa, not there. My fingers. Here. Really? Sorry, my hands had moved on the keyboard. All right, back to where we were. There we go. Lovely. Do a match on this. So if we actually can do an iter on this, it'll work. Certi seems to encourage a lot of duplicate naming. Oh. Uh, so if it's an okay sum, actually, why is it wrapped? Why is it an okay sum and just not an okay? Source? When do they return a none? Okay, none. Never? Do you see it? I don't. Oh, here. Ah, on error. So it's not a function, and when do they return error? Here, if you can't get the value, or here. Mustachio. Good morning. I'm doing well, Mustachio. Moustachio. How are you doing? This is Rust. Yes, it is. Yeah, a little bit more documentation on the return type here, like when it actually returns none. So if it's none, it doesn't map that out. And if it's an error, it's because there's a serious error. Like reflect I get can't get that. A symbol iterator thing. Okay. All right, let's pop back over here. All right. I'm gonna search on this again. I want to look at this because here they had a little bit more documentation. So if it's some, oh yeah, and they propagate the error out. Oh, you never coded in Rust before. What language would I compare it to? Um, it has kind of a type system similar to Haskell. Um, and to me, it feels a bit like C, C++, the syntax. I mean, it kind of has that feel to it. So maybe like a Haskell married C++. Even though I've never done any Haskell, just the way that people describe its type system to it. Yeah. Oops. Okay, let's pop back here. And if that fails, why would that fail? Well, we should get the value back. In fact, oh, we're looking up here actually. Okay. So that one is going to be this here. This one's going to be over here. Something like that. Destroy that. Missing match arm. Okay, none. I get it. I get it. Okay. What are we supposed to try the iter on? Self? Self.value? I forgot. Let's look at the diff. Yeah, self.value. Oh, there it is. Yeah, self-type value down there. Oh, and it wants to borrow it. Fine, fine. All right. Now to the tests. All right, then we'll see how it works. Oh, it worked. Oh, look at that. Okay, let's try the other test too. Big money. Oh, and they all pass? Nice. We could try to reduce this a little bit. See, in this case, we see, are you an object? We could move that down inside. It's in here. I know, something must be wrong. Some case we didn't think of. Yep, still works. Well, I don't think that adds too much overhead. It adds this check here, which has more checks in it, unfortunately. But hopefully that's just done once. And most of the heavy lifting is actually going to be done elsewhere. All right. Get status. Oh, get div cargo dot toml. Yeah, let's restore that one. Cargo toml. Get status. Okay, so we've changed this from recursion to iteration. Should no more be a possibility of blowing out the stack just because you had a bunch of undefined values. I'm a little concerned about that. Okay. I like this one too. Are you thumbs upping your one song for the day? We need to get more points, some more point spend targets, something. I don't know. Actually, the font's a little small today. Normally I keep it about there so it's easier to read. You can make this one big too. That's enough playing with it. All right. So we have variant access. That's all done. Is that too much? It feels like it's too much now. Hopefully everyone can still see that. That feels more comfortable. If it's not, let me know. I thought I had a Saturday default branch. Oh, I named it default and not Saturday default. Okay. Yep. All right. Now I'll go to the browser, do a couple PRs. Only some of the open source code I do is here. Most of it's actually over in SourceHut. Oh, I thought this was so stupid. Arctic Code Vault contributor. Because of my dot files and one change in this other open source thing forever ago. What's about my dot files? Are on tape in the Arctic. It's so wrong. Somebody should have reviewed these. All right. I want to look at the test first. Object and map. Okay, those look correct. So we have our object. It's missing something. And when we deserialize it, it'll get filled in with its default. All right, now let's go look at the changes. Does it support this? Yeah. Can we look at a split? That's a little better. Doing some iteration. So we loop over it, skipping until we find something. If value is undefined, we do that. Yeah, this all seems fine. If is undefined, JS map. I guess we should update the documentation on this. Yeah, we're missing one piece here. It's in the README. README. Okay. There we go. Oh, it formatted it? Ay, ay, ay. No. No. Okay. Much better. Mm. I wonder what happens if we have extra things in a map, right? You know what I mean? Like what if that's Saturday? Come back in here. Let's have a so we already had something else. Okay. And we set from U8. I don't know. What do they have on JS value again? From F64. Or let's just do from bool. So we're gonna have a key that is true and a value that's false. What does this do? Oh, interesting. Oh, left and right. Okay. It's because we were asserting the size. Again, Thank you. Thank you. And that's a really good question. Now, are you thinking, um, what are you thinking here? Client or server? 'Cause I don't really know of any that let you do server side dynamic routing. I mean, it's possible. We ended up writing our own for this project. And thank you for the microphone off bit. I do that. Devashis, good morning. Danny Lou, good morning to you as well. Deserialization. Being able to convert data when deserializing. Let's see. The code had been returning errors too early to allow for deserialized width to kick in. Let's see if the expected type is not. Let's see if the visitor does not receive the expected type. All right. Now we're going to create a branch with both of those. And 5G technician, are you thinking client or server? Sorry, we didn't really follow up on that. All right. Let's create a little branch that we can use. I think for us in our project, we don't really need deserialized width, even though it's useful. But we do need defaults. I'm going to use our default. All right. Cargo.toml. Now our Saturday WASM bygen is looking at the patch here. So let's make sure it's the right one. I guess we could use the GitHub link. So we're just going to be using default. Let's do that. Whoa. Yes, there. Okay. Let's do a quick check on WebSys. Yeah, that's going to be blocking for a moment. And hello, Devashis. Like little hand wavy bit. Okay. What's changed recently? Clarify use of final and docs. All right, those got merged, which is good. I don't think this has been updated on crits. Patata still Papa? Good morning. Yeah, a month ago. If I want to use WebSys from GitHub, would I have to get JSys as well? Maybe. Do that same thing. Yeah. All right. Let's ignore it for now. Back to mimeograph. Let's update that. There we go. Okay. Just give it a little check. Just before we pop into that. Let's see. Okay. We're good. Now, where were we? Oh, goodness. It's been, let's see. Yesterday we did that stuff. Maybe the day before we started getting into it. Or was it just yesterday? If only there were archives and we could view those. Oh, wait. There are. All right. That, and if you want better notifications, because Twitch is Twitch, you can always pop into the Discord. All right. Code gen worked. Let's load our list of users. Ah. Invalid type, unit value, expected a Boolean. What? There we go, update. Oh, I forgot to do a branch on that. Halsey default? Is that, oh, I need a comma. Okay. Try again. Mixing a drink. All right, there we go. Added some lemon to the water this morning. Okay. Ah, there it goes. Okay, so now we're using the right code, and we've got these two elements, which is perfect. We had some old data that did not have an archive flag, right? So if we look at our models for user, we have default here for archive. And now you can see why we went and added those features to Saturday WASM bindgen, because we needed it. Now, we can actually get rid of this chunk up here. Okay. That looks good. So, where to with this? We were in the user list here, and we can click on a user, and it should load the user. Yes, good. We're not editing yet. We can go to new user and create a new one. Let's create a super user. Super user is a super user. We need to get a redirect going there, and a little flash thing that says, "Hey, so and so has been created." Oh, the other thing we need. Tail. Yeah, that'll take it a moment. But they did. They added logging to the durable objects, which is fantastic. Which is really, really good. Okay. I wonder if they added anything to the UI. Hmm. Let's log in and see. Workers. Manage workers. Sub requests. 9. Interesting. 30 requests, 9 sub requests. All right. No exceptions. Start data. I don't see any log info there. Nothing extra in this. Okay. I want to check that the other environments are using the same model. Looks like it's just bundled for everything. That's fine. Cool. All right, let's see. We need to work on Flash and redirect. So let's get that going. So after we create a user, what happens? We go into users. here. Oh, that, and we didn't do the delete yet. Maybe we should do delete so that we can recreate. Yeah, let's do that. So after somebody's deleted something, redirect back to the user list with a flash alert. Okay. Now, we were going to not store that on the back end, right? Because the backend's global, and I did not want to have a session storage for, excuse me, for every user. I mean, durable object would be the perfect thing for that, and we could set that up. Anyway, we thought through this the other day. And what was the reason again for not doing that for durable object? I don't remember. Maybe one extra request being used up. I think that was it. So we're going to use the cookie and deal with that. All right. So delete. Let's go back to our list. Click on delete. It says page not found. Well, let's fix that. Did this not? That did not happen? All right. I'm guessing this delete confirmation isn't wired up. Yep. Let's add that. Where's our list? Oh, that's in lib. Oh, it is wired up. Users, delete confirmation. It's right there. So I have delete confirmation. Why did that not match? Admin, users, plural, email address followed by delete. Admin, users, plural. Looks good. Waiting for the upload. All right, it's almost there. Is it because the template isn't found? Go to template render. Admin users delete. Oh, we didn't push the pages last time, did we? Admin users delete. These are kind of our hand managed templates. So if you look in here, it's got kind of a JSON description of the page, what widgets are on the page. But unfortunately, we didn't upload these. Okay. Still running. Go to my, there we go. Got a little delete button. Fantastic. H2. We got to work on our styling later. All right. Yes, I am so sure. Okay. Great. We got a not yet implemented. And back here, let's see. Nothing hit the durable object. Oh, unless it did. But we didn't log anything. So what do we have here? Static. Okay. This is actually a nice error. Panicked. Not yet implemented. Users 83. Oh, that. Selective duplicate. I'm doing well, thank you. Hey, Xenocron. How are you? Did I already say? All right, so now that we have that piece wired up, now we have to have this piece wired up. And what are we going to do with this piece? Are you melting? The usual? Now we need to be able to send a response back. So we need to be able to set cookies. So we're going to return a router response with a response with cookies. I love cookies. Some of my favorites, though, are these, what are the McVitie's biscuits? I love those. With the caramel and chocolate. Oh, 2021, the worst year of your life so far. Oh, it sounds rough. Did the durable object delete it, though? User. Do I have delete in here? Oh, we do. And we try to delete it 8 times. Okay. And well, we didn't notify the user list of that. So now we should be in a mixed state. If we come back here, it exists, but if we go to edit, oh, it's still there. That means we didn't call delete correctly. Well, selective duplicate. It's a rough place to be in. Is it going to get better? Oh, there's scrolls. Oh, beautiful. No, it can just scroll. Look at that. Wow. And now we can check the status. Oh, and it's got a scroll bar? That we can like do stuff with? Wow. Oh, that's cool. Sorry, I'm playing around with a new toy. I got links, messages. Ignored by the chat software. Oh. All right. So that should have happened. Why didn't that happen? Yeah, it's working out really well. Here, let's see. Yeah. Yeah, wow. I got to touch up some of the colors. Well, that's really cool. The word wrapping's great. If you have like a really long piece of text, here, I'll hammer one out here. It just wraps it. If it can split it, it'll split it. That's neat. It's really cool. Got links, messages, status. You can scroll. It's really cool. You can turn off the tags there. You can turn on the time. Again, the colors. I got to touch up the colors. But it appears to not have. Oh, you know what we can do? You know, I keep getting into this habit of saying like, no, we can't log here, but now we can. Completion successful. Our user. Let's just see that. Whoa, 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 whoa. That's the wrong spot. Trouble object user. Delete. We have to republish whenever we update a durable object. All right, reload. Still there. I guess that's good. It's consistent. Delete. Are you sure? Yes, delete it. An error. Not yet implemented. But that's after. And it should have deleted before then. Cat. Oh, here's delete. This one. Script name null. Thank you. Wow. Why did that fail? Well, it's not like it failed. Outcome was okay. We didn't get a log though. I would have expected logs here. Here. Do it again. Yeah, this isn't. That's not doing anything. And why is the favicon not working? Oh, that's for a different URL? No, it's 8787. Is it like panicking? Oh, it panicked. So the web worker is now in this hideous state. Oh. Oh, that's interesting. It's not like we panicked the request. We panicked the execution of this thing. So what state is it in now? Because now even the favicons not working. If we restart it, it should, because we're going to publish again. And that should restart those elements. I hadn't thought through that. It didn't dawn on me that panicking was going to clobber all the other requests following it. So yeah, now it's okay. Okay. Panic's bad. Got it. I was coding this like I was doing Erlang. A man, chess 79. Do I want to play a game you made? Not really. Sorry. I'm doing some other stuff. I gotta stay on target. Alright, but we get into source users. We're gonna render that. Okay, let's get rid of this to do and actually respond with something. So in this case, we need a response, but this response needs two things: a redirect and a cookie set. This is the first time we're going to be setting a cookie in this. And we might need to actually combine responses higher up. So we might need some kind of middleware on the way out. All right. I want to search for middleware. Placeholder. What's that one? Tower? Service trying to have a response error future. Oh, implements future. No. Hey, Vinny. Yeah, we're doing some WebAssembly. Actually, we're doing Rust and compiling that to WebAssembly. So you'll see kind of a combination of Rust calling JavaScript functions and parsing data that's coming back from that. Okay, let's create the response. Let response. New with yada yada. Oh wow, there's a lot of stuff here. We're gonna do a redirect. So basically, we want new with optional string and init. All right. So we'll like so. Now we need a response init. Okay, I need to borrow that. Init.headers. Yeah, we'll need to. Oh, what is the time? We can turn that on. Look at that. It's 8 a.m. All right. Now, what can we do on a response init? Create a new one. That's fine. Headers. Change the headers field of the object. Status and status text. So, yeah, we're going to have to return a redirect, aren't we? But we're also going to need to create some headers. Oh. New with headers. New with stir sequence. Oh, what's this? You built a gaming platform in WASM when you worked at Nuvim. It's a game marketplace? I've struggled with this. Like, why would anybody use WASM for a gaming platform? Right? Is it um so you can have like browser-based games, little casual games? Because I've thought of that, like having a little penny arcade style like website with little games and stuff on it. My kids play them all the time, like all the time, for hours. You toss some ads on that, and boom, money. Ha ha! Mute the microphone. Oh, I'm having a horrible day with the button. Uh, in fact, I was looking at getting a hardware switch for this, so it'd be easier for me. All right. So like push to mute sort of hardware button on this guy here. Haven't done it yet though. All right. So, yeah. Looks like we can append headers, so we can add a cookie. We can add a redirect. All right, let's just create a new one. I don't think we want anything extra in there at the moment. Let's just create new. Does that need to be mutable, or does it take everything by reference here? Append, yeah, no. Interior mutability. Seems like a project for Rust embedded on an ESP 8266. Or maybe. Let's see what I got in the drawer. Oh my goodness. How many times? How? This is a horrible. Like, I've been doing that left and right today. Here, so we'll do a little opening here. Open this. Leave that on there. Here, touch something. Well, I'm gonna ground myself. I think that was grounded. What's grounded here? Well, this is a big tree tech. Oh, not far enough open. Oh, and it actually came with a micro SD card. 128 megs. Wow. A little one of these guys. It's gonna upgrade my 3D printer with it. It'd be fun to be able to set up something like that. It's got some jumpers in there. That'd be a lot of fun. I keep losing the muted emote though. I do. I think here in the next couple weeks I'll probably be upgrading the 3D printer. It's about time. The cute little board. I bought it a long time ago with the aspirations of upgrading earlier. All right. At least I have the space to run it. Yeah, I've got a cabinet right there. The hardest thing about running it here is the temperature fluctuations because I don't have a stable environment for it. And that changes the print so much. How do we set a cookie again? Cookies or cookie? I think it's cookie, singular. And, hmm. And now I'm starting to think I should be returning something else, some other sort of thing that will become a response. Delay currently. Let's see, stream has been okay. Oh, there it is there. Okay. Sorry, I was just testing. Yeah, I don't have enough ventilation for the to do ABS. Okay. Yeah, see, we're gonna have to have some sort of like cookies or something that gets sent back, right? Yeah, is this really laggy today? It does seem really laggy. Wow, I am 24 seconds behind broadcaster. All right, let me reload that. Yeah, this isn't gonna work. We need to be able to ask and modify the response as it's coming through. So we could either create something that ends up becoming a response, all right? Or we could have a response that gets passed through all of these. Ew. It might be time to rename this. Because if we did have a response, right, we'd create one, create a response. That's not going to work because we need to be able to have an optional response, don't we? Yeah, we need a lot more on this. There's a couple of different concerns. One would be where we start to stream a response, like in statics, right? We'd want statics to be able to use this. And statics need to be able to pass, let's say, a readable stream back. The Armagon, good morning. Happy Saturday. Oh, thank you for the compliment. So we need some sort of return type here. How would we combine this and the other one? There's so many different possibilities for creating a new return type. So we could set the body, and the body could be a certain kind, right? Then we create a response based on that. We could also have like cookies and a couple other things. How do you master the C language? Same way you master any of them. You got to practice. Yep. Yep. Practice, practice, practice. All right. So let's say we did have some sort of response, right? And we had a body type, and we had a couple of other elements. Can we change these the body after it's been created? So let's say we created a new one of these. Could we then set the body? We can get the body, but no, we can't set it after it's been created. So basically, we need to have like headers and the body set up ahead of time. Because we might want to add more headers before we actually return. All right, let's see. Where are we with this compiling? Actually, that failed. Route for delete. It's because it failed in here. Oh, that's a result. So we're going to create a new, we're going to change this here. We'll have some type that we can add cookies to, that we can add a body to, that we can add status codes to, redirect, etc. And then when that gets all the way back out, it'll be converted to a response. And we'll put it on here. How does one know that he mastered a language and can move to another language? Yeah. I agree with Xenocron. No matter how good you get, there's always more to learn. Oh, what's the benefit of making with WASM? Um, good question. Really good question. So Cloudflare has the ability to run WebAssembly, WASM, in their workers. So I can create some code that gets uploaded and stored inside of Cloudflare and gets run all over the world, right? So if I'm making a request to the service, it gets handled by the closest Cloudflare web worker. If you're making the request, it's handled by the closest one to you. So it's supposed to be very responsive, like in terms of network speed, very quick, and it's serverless. So that's why we're doing WASM so that we can take advantage of Cloudflare's web workers. You can also use JavaScript, but I wanted to try it with Rust. All right. Does it build yet? I should. Then we'll just commit it. After I delete this. All right. Okay. Oh, goodness. Got a lot going on here. That's not getting committed. Oh, a plugin. This is a command line tool called Git UI. Yeah, you're welcome. Ha. Let me try again. Copy that, and I should look before I hit enter. There we go. All right. Now, we're going to change the return type. We're just kind of, we're going to wing it a little bit. Um, Maybe. What do we want to be able to do? We want to be able to add a cookie. Set a return type, response type, status. Set a redirect. Set a body. Many kinds. Anything else? That I think is it for now. What do we want to call this? Like request state? If we rename this. Because it's going to have request in it, some sort of response. Whatever it's going to be, our response. And it'll always have one of those. So it's not quite a request. And then we have some other elements on there. We've got environment. We've got some extra state that can be added as we go through this. So different elements can actually communicate between each other. Lukes, thank you for the follow. All right. I feel like this is kind of like how PHP did it, like way back in the day. But what would be the Rust way to do this? Um, I mean, we've seen a number of different options. Warp with all of its combinators and transforms. How does something like Rocket do this? Oh, this is Rust, the Rust programming language. Same thing with this. They don't have as many layers as I do. Yeah, I might have these calling each other, or one being called and then another being called. Oh, see, so it's a flash cookie. Same thing we're doing. So they end up having a number of structs that implement this trait. Content, debug, flash, etc. So it could return more than one. That's actually a really nice way to do that. Let's look at the trait. So a responder returns a result where result has a lifetime. We'll get a request. What is the result type? Response, and a response. Yeah. What did a priest primer say at a funeral? Rest in peace. Ah. Isn't key value Cloudflare? It is. Oh, isn't key value Cloudflare working out fast? It's fast enough. It is fast enough. All right. So how would somebody use something like Flash? This type makes it easy to send messages across requests. It's typically used for status messages after redirects. Yeah, that's exactly what we're doing. Yeah, flash error, redirect to blank. Oh. And it itself is a responder. So they kind of build these up and combine them. It's neat. It's neat. What makes good? What makes Rust good for game dev? Well, you can use it in Godot. You can basically create a library that Godot can load. It's a GD native project. Um, what else makes Rust good at game dev? It's as fast as C and C++. Um, the game development community in Rust is growing quickly. It's getting there. What else? Memory safety, things that you basically don't want a certain class of bugs in your game, right? You don't want crashes, things like that. Rust can help you with that. The borrow checker, the lifetimes, type safety, no null type can help you a lot with that. don't know. Anybody have anything else on that? I kind of like how they combine these things up. Right, that's neat. Let's look at redirect. I like these. These are nice. Temporary, permanent, moved, found. That implements responder, and responder has, yeah, respond to. So it's a more friendly C++ replacement. Fast run, but more effort to code. Um, yes. I, that's a very high level generalization, but yeah, I think it can work very well with C++, as Anacron's saying. And no, I've never done voice acting. No. I think it'd be fun though. I've got a friend that does. Oh, dependency management. Yeah. So we could basically build up a set of types that can be combined in order to respond. I like the way that Rocket's doing that. How does Warp do it? Let's say you wanted to do two things in Warp, right? Redirect and set a cookie. Reply. Response builder, header, body. Yeah, and that builds it out. So you can't kind of combine them on the way up. I guess you could. You can then take the response and modify it. Yeah. Headers mute, extensions mute, body mute. I don't know which I like better. I kind of like the combination from the other one. That's kind of neat. Oh, you come from a Python background. Build in a high level language, then replace only the bits needed with C++. Yep. So can we build out a type kind of system like Rocket? I do like this, where you just return things like that. Redirect to, blah blah blah. Right? That's nice. I don't know what they're doing here, but we could do something simpler. Constructs a response with the appropriate status code on the given URL. Yeah. how do they end up combining these? Respond to. Is that it? That must be it. Yeah, response build status self zero. And then they return that, right? The response. Then the next layer has the ability to mutate that. Hmm. I agree with Senecron. Yeah, Rust is fairly high level. I mean, you can do amazing things with it, very high level things with it. Um, but going through the CFFI to something like Python might be more trouble than it's worth. Yeah, get Rust speed for certain operations. But if you're new to Rust, jumping in and doing the CFFI Rust style, or Rust FFI, how do you say that? Making bindings, Rust bindings for Python, and getting all of that memory safety working just right might be a little bit more than you want. If you're new to Rust, I'd start with Rust and see how far you can go. I mean, for ML, sure, right? Python's got a ton of ML stuff, and then you can mix and match from different projects, different libraries. I think we're gonna go the warp direction. Basically, have a structure which represents a response that can then just be mutated. It's either that or we. So what would we want to do? Oh man, I really like the flash message, right? Being able to set that or flash info, right? That's really neat. That is really neat. Maybe we have some types which have common values. We have a list of them. We just add to the list. That's simple. What if we had some sort of response object that looked like response, right? This had parts, a vector of, I don't know, response parts, whatever that is. Then you could add a flash, right? And the flash wouldn't have a redirect. It wouldn't have anything else. It would just have, it would be setting a cookie. And then you could, or like layer these. So how would we end up layering these? And what would response part look like? Will this be a box dime response bar? Or maybe they're kind of visitors on something like this, or we end up giving them something that they can mutate later, and it's done in order. I like it being boxed there. Okay, we're going to need body, body, and we're going to have 3 or 4 different types. One's a stream, one's text, one is none. I forget the type that goes in there. Is it a U32 or a U16 here? Because if we did have a response, at the very end, we could create one. And create a default one that has no status, or maybe it's a 404, maybe it's something else, I don't know. Or it's none, and we'll throw an error if status doesn't get set. Is there anything else we would actually need to do? Most of what we have is either going to be status, body, and headers. We can basically pass this through a series of visitors. Visit response. We'll get to one of these mutably. And it can return an error. But what should the OK type be, unit? Huh. Or can it be made into an object? Why? Right? Oh, because that's not taking a self, is it? Now it can. Yes. It'll have to take a self. Okay. So we'll have body, response, some headers there. Do we want a different set of headers? Say headers here. These are dealing in JS values. And that's not super helpful to us. I think as Rust is going through and building these things up, it's better to have strings and to convert them at the very last moment to JS values. So maybe we have some other headers object. What I'm considering is cookies, right? If a cookie's already set, right, like, hey, we're going to be adding another cookie, and there's another one that wants to add another cookie, we actually have to pull that string, convert it from a JS value back to something else, back to a Rust string, do some concatenation, convert it back to a JS string, and toss it back in there. That seems like a bit much. So maybe we just create little headers. What do we want this to be? Hash map would make sense. I'm trying to avoid a hash map. It weighs a lot. Ideally, the headers aren't going to be very many, so iterating through shouldn't be tough. And these would be the response headers. I can think of what? Cookies and location. What else? Maybe some sort of content type we set. So we have 3. What else might we set? Encoding, 4 or 5. No more than a dozen. So if we have fewer than 8, we'll just have a vector of tuples. Something like so. And it seems a little heavy, doesn't it? Especially when you consider like this one here, right? Response. It's straightforward. You could wrap this. Change the status. So each visitor could just change one of these. Yeah, let's just get rid of the response bit here. Gonna get rid of that. We'll just have a response and that you modify it as you go through. Then at the very end, we'll convert it to the right kind of response. As it works currently, everything goes through. It's owned all the way through. That should be fine. Um, all right, then we have our request, our response, and now we got a lot of rewiring to do. And not only that, we're going to come back through here and add some more functions to these. Let's see, this will need to be public, or we add functions. Okay. Let's do an impl on response here. Function set status. And what is the actual status here that we need to return? It's a Cloudflare response object, but we're using the HTTP one here. WebSys one. There it is. New. Status. U16. All right. Did I not have custom? Huh, nope. It's probably got to be owned. Got to be owned. I don't know. Let's sort them. Oh, it ends up being a Cloudflare message. Oh. Huh. All right. That's already handled. That's good. Fine. Status already set. It'd be nice to know what it was already set to. Wait, self dot status dot replace. There we go. All right. Then we have error, which is our create error. I don't like it this way. Match it. That's better. Okay. And what about body? Yeah, we're not going to do previous on this. All right. So let's build out this response type. What are we going to add there? Stream. Let's go back into. I'll save that for a moment. Let's go back into statics. So in this case, we have a readable stream. So this is coming off of transform stream, readable. What does this take? Takes a readable stream. Okay. Yeah, we don't have anything for adding flash to that or something else. Sure, we can do that. Now, the way that Warp handled this, I want to see that again. What if you had extensions, right? And in this case, body, which is not yet defined. It's interesting how they give this back mutably so that you can make changes to it. It seems very flexible. Mm. Right, even status code. Right. And you're really leaving it up to the consumer to make the choice of whether or not it's an error. So I did that. U16. It's immutable option to a U16. Hmm. That is nice. Let's do the same thing for headers. But at that point, why do that? Why not just give access to these? Why not make them public? I guess you could verify afterwards. No, you can't. You can't. Yeah, why would they do it this way? What does that actually give you over? I guess you could, yeah, you could hide where something was. I see. Body happens to be the one that's not on something else. That makes sense. Well, for us, does it make sense? Because we have to create a new response type later, the WebSys type. It's worth thinking about. See how we keep it simple, like really, really simple. We just make those public. Then we don't have to worry about it. We do need those. All right. So then we have our response types. Let's go back to lib, because this is where all the changes are going to begin. We need to return a response, right? Down here, we craft a whole bunch of routes. We iterate through them, looking for just the right one. And once we have the response, we're going to return the response. But at the very last moment, we have to convert this response type, because this is no longer going to take that type. Yeah, we're going to return the same type all the way through. Oh, wow. Let's rename this to event. Sure. So if we rename that to event, then we have the events request, event response, event environment, event data. Let's rename this to state. Access to KV variables. All right. Oh, COC. So nice. We just renamed a whole bunch of stuff and it compiles. That's magic. Okay. So probably add some nice to have functions like pub function redirect, right? Flash, stuff like that. All right. Through all of this, we will end up returning the event. If everything works, we just return it all the way through. In the case that the route's not found, static router error, that's not even right. All right, incompatible types, yes. Because this guy here is not right. So if it's not handled, we get the event back. We return the event. It comes through to not handled. Error request, yep. This is a weird setup. Why am I doing this? Why not just returning? Let's rename some of these. All right. Get rid of that. That. Clean up our match. Yeah, that one's wrong. Okay there. Okay here. Commander Thrashton. Got a minute for a Rust question. Yes. Yes. What is your Rust question? Rust has like folder reduce. Yes. It's on iterator. Yes, and Rust also has hash tables. Yep. Does reduce work on hash tables? It does. Yeah, you can reduce on the key value pairs. So on the entries, so on a hash map, you can get the entries. I thought there was a into keys, into values. Oh, there's iter, and iter returns key value pair. So you can have a tuple of these. Well, here's a good example. Yeah, in this case, you end up with a tuple. So if you're doing some sort of map over this, so like map.iter.map, let's play around with this here. Tools, format. So you can do things a number of different ways. So if you wanted to, let's say, collect these into something else, let's say you wanted to collect it into a vector, right? You could do that with, your tuple type here. I'm deleting the actual types on that. It looks like it's a stir and a number or something. You could do a map iter.collect. And however, you can also collect back into a hash map. Okay, because the hash map can collect from an iter that has tuple pairs that are consistent type. Here, so you can collect into it from, I forget, is it from iterator or is it extend? I think it's from iterator here. It must be from iterator that collect uses. Oops. And where did that go? Oh, here. So yeah, you could collect it into a vector of tuples or into a hash map, which also means that if you happen to build up a vector of tuples somewhere else and you want that into a hash map, you can collect into it. And if you tossed in more combinators in here, right, where you wanted to map some type, right, you could toss in a map here. You could fold. Fold, you would fold into the destination type. So you would fold into a hash map. You couldn't collect off of a fold. You could also filter, because hash table has, where is it? Oh, iterator does. Oh, you're welcome. You're welcome. You're welcome. Yeah. So you could filter based on a predicate and then collect that. What does ellipses do? So in this case, I was just not filling in the map. And really, this is, I guess, identity function. I was just deleting code. I'm gonna pour some water. Got any other random Rust questions? We could have a little moment in the playground. All right. You're looking at it? All right. In terms of design, yeah, it took me a long time to get comfortable with all of the different elements in there. Still don't understand lifetimes. Yeah. Yeah, lifetimes are really just to protect you against referencing memory that's been freed. You're designing your Lisp library. How many languages you look at? You know. Okay. Yeah, it's a great way to look at that stuff. Um, let's see. What's the shortest example we could come up with for lifetimes? Um, we could have a string, right? Right. Well, here, let's say we have something on the heap. Okay. So here, the string is it's going to live on the heap. Okay. Oops. Oh, that was interesting. Um, however, we free it, right? Technically, in this case, it's not quite lifetimes, right? Free the memory. Then you shouldn't be able to access it anymore out here, right? So if we wanted to do dbg, right, on name, compiler's gonna barf. And it's gonna complain. Why? Because it's been consumed by drop. Drop takes things by ownership. Okay. Now, what kind of lifetime example can we come up with? Um, we could pass a reference. Hey, new vortex. New vertex. Thank you for the follow. We're going to take a lifetime. We're going to call it A. It's common. To some value. And it's a stir. The stir has a lifetime. Okay. And for this, we are going to return something that is based on this lifetime. Okay. So we have something on the heap. It has a lifetime. It will live from each side. So this is not going to be entirely perfect, but hopefully we can explain a little bit of lifetimes on this. Poxy, thank you for the follow. Now, we're going to return a reference to a value, something inside a value. Say, we know it's Mr. Halsey there, and that's what, 7 characters, 1.5, because we have 0, right? 0. Back from it. Let art is going to be equal to something name. Passing name in by reference, we're going to get a part of it out, right? Now, we could print this. Okay, let's go ahead and do that. We're going to use the debug command for this. We could use like print line or something like that, but this should work well enough. Right? Part is rhal. Okay, so you can see that we're returning a portion of this string. Now, what if we got back to dropping name? what's going to happen, right? Part is actually referencing a portion inside of name, right? It's referencing some of these values. If we free it and then try to access the memory, like you could do this in C. You could do this in C. Here, though, it's going to tell us that we can't do this because the lifetime of part is longer than the lifetime of name. Name must exist longer than part. So let's see the error. Oh, cannot move out of name because it is borrowed. Yeah, we're dropping it. Here, this is the borrow checker. It's saying that, no, you can't do this. You can't take ownership of it because it's borrowed. If instead we move debug up, it's going to say you can do this. All right? Because the lifetime of part is no longer needed. The compiler can tell that part is no longer needed, and it can then give ownership of name to something else. So again, when we look at this, we're still going to try to reference this, but it's been given to something else, right? The ownership is moved. What's another way to do this? This also kind of illustrates shared references, in that we've got a shared reference here. It's not an exclusive reference. If we did have this as an exclusive reference for whatever reason, right? Then we might actually get a different error for this. Oh. Name. Lifetime must precede mutable. Oh, of course. There. Cannot borrow name as mutable as it's not declared as mutable. Yes. Thank you. Good catch. Cannot move out of name because it is borrowed. Yep. It's actually the same error as before. It's not giving me the lifetime element that I was hoping for. Let's see, we could... Here, let's change this a little bit more. Just going to borrow that. Regular borrow. We have other. Let's go 2, I don't know, to 3. Or we can just change it, right? Should be able to get this and say value dot, I don't know, what do we do with a mutable string? We could set it to something else. Let's just set it to something else. Oops, wrong window. Value. Test. We do not need to return anything here. Getting a mutable reference to something. We're going to set it. Oh. Now here it's going to tell us, let's guess, what's the error going to be? It's going to tell us that it's already been borrowed. It's going to point to where it was. Expect a stir found answer. Okay, well, Looks like I have an issue. Can we even do that? We can't do that. That would be broken. Yeah, size not known. Differs in mutability. Hmm. No, we can't actually do that. Okay, that's a bad example. Okay. Well, you kind of got a little bit of it with um, it tracked that something was being used still, and it wouldn't let us free it. Right. So that lifetime, as part of the borrow checker, was being tracked through here into the returned type, the returned value. This has a lifetime that's referencing. This is name's lifetime. When it saw that name was getting moved somewhere else, the ownership was changing, it said, no, 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 you can't do that. Right? We still need this thing. Can't do it because it's borrowed. And that's really what lifetimes are going to protect you against. And this is where you get that null pointer exception in Java, you know, some sort of memory exception in C, or worse, keeps running but with undefined behavior. All right. Now we're going to change our routes. And this future route result is going to be event here. Now, if we're returning event for either case, do we actually need it T and U? Handled, not handled? Yeah, that's fine. Okay. All right, now for all the errors. Incompatible types. No. All right. Start somewhere not in durable objects. A little lower here. Run routes. Yes. And at this point here, we need to convert that event to something else. So at this point, we have an event, and we need to convert it into a Cloudflare response. Okay, let's go back to that type. Where was that? That was in env request. Simple from response for. All right. Now, how are we going to do this? And this should be event, shouldn't it? Oh, that's shouldn't be caps. Uh-oh. There we go. So we need to create a response based on the different body types and the header information. So we'll need a request init or response init. Just need one of those. It's going to need to be mutable. That headers. Yeah, we just have vector of strings for that. A new with. So we've got optional blob, optional stir. So depending on the type, we have to call a different element there. Either that, or can this take a body? No, status text strat. Okay. So then based on the body, we're going to match on self dot response dot body. Oh, from value. Don't match arms. Some or none. Oh. We have body stream and body text. Okay. So if we have a stream, we'll create a response with that. No, don't do that. Sorry, I imported the wrong thing. New with optional readable stream and init. There we go. Oy. Some stream and init. Is it borrowed? I think that's borrowed. Oh, this is more of a try from, isn't it? Return type's wrong. What's our error type going to be? Should we reread the Rust programming book again when edition 2021 comes out? I don't think so. I mean, there's going to be some breaking changes to the language, but most of it's going to be intact. They actually had a blog post on what was going to be substantially different for 2021. The one I'm looking forward to is the array iter, the into iter. Yeah, this one. I'd say you're probably pretty safe just reading the book and then looking at some of the updates. All right. Additions to the prelude. Okay, so yeah. Adding a trait to the prelude can break existing code. Trying to, yes. So new to the prelude. 3 new additions to the prelude. That's not substantial, but it will break things, so that's nice. The resolver, it's probably not even going to affect you. Intuitor for arrays, that'll be nice. Disjoint capture enclosures, super cool. Really, really cool. Panic macro consistency, yeah. So lots of little things. Reserving syntax, okay. Promoting 2 warnings to hard errors. Rare trade-off, okay. So not a whole lot is changing. Or patterns, little things, important things, but not like a whole new language. It's really just giving them a chance to break the language, which is nice. All right. Oh, I got map error. What's streaming here? Oh, it wants to borrow it. Fine. What is the new one? Mimeograph Cloudflare. New with opstir and init. All right. Some text and init. Okay. Now for this one. If we don't have a body, I think we still do with the same one here, but with a none. Unless it's just like a new with a knit. No. Okay. All right, so we have those. Now we just have to create the body, or the, not the body. Body's already there. The response init. So if let sum status is equal to value dot status. Oh, okay. So these are setters. Okay. We did the body. What else now for the headers? If let, let's see, headers is always there though, isn't it? So we should just create a conversion routine for that. Okay. Yes, and we don't have a conversion routine for that. That's okay. Let's go add one. Headers. They're both called headers. Okay, in one case, we should have a tuple of strings, so we could probably build that up. Headers. Can we extend? No. Can't from iterator on it. So we can create one, and we can call set on it over and over again. What do we do with like strings? Shall we say that anything that needs to be joined has already been joined? Probably for the best. Because most headers you can't concatenate, right? You can't say, oh, my content type is octet stream and text JSON. No, can't do that. All right, so let's make a new headers object. That's new in there. Now we'll iterate over the other one for, key value in values. Was it set? Yeah, it's set. Oh, what is this? New with stir sequence. Yeah, no. Does that return a result? It does. Mismatch types. Oh, another try from. Error. There we go. All right. Trying to. Oh, yes, but what is the type? Gonna convert the error to error. Huh. Why not? Yeah, with our bazillion errors already? No, not too bad. Here. The trait from infallible is not implemented for error. Really? That's yeah. Headers is of that type. Yeah, that's not infallible. Infallible? Infallible? Pretend it's unit. Just tell me what the type is. It's a result. Fine. Result of what? Expected enum error found unit. Yes. Excuse me. All right. All right. So I just didn't know the return type. That's better. So we get the headers from that other thing. It's collected up there. Good. Where to next? Back to lib. Response from event is not satisfied. Oh. From event for response. Oh, it's a try from, try into. Yeah, we actually have to return the errors here. Let's just get the event back. Oh, yes, yes, yes. I forgot about that. Okay. What is the type of error? Is that an actual error type? Yeah. Um, Status, which is a use 16, and then the message. Okay. Oh. Well, two string on that. It's display, right? All right. That's one. Let's go to statics. Future route result is returning the wrong type. Cool. Now, instead of this giant mess, let's make COC happy for a moment. Just say nothing past this point actually matters. Okay. Now, instead of what do we do for returning? I mean, should we even return anything? We have to pass through the event, right? So it'll be the env request. All right, that gets passed all the way through. However, env request dot can we not call it env request anymore? Let's call it event. Thank you. It's a response dot status is equal 200. Actually, yeah, it's some for those. And what else? I think that's it, right? I think I would still like to have setters for these. Something like that. And we can have some checks on these. If you need to get around it, you'll get around it. But I think this would be better. So we'll do that, return the event. Oh, it needs to be a router result, huh? There we go. Okay, let's go add those. There we go. Okay, that'll stamp out those two different versions of this function. Should be fine. Although we could simplify it. All right. Status and body. Good. You know what? I'm going to change up the music. All right. Uh, Chiptune or funk? Electro swing's good too. We haven't done funk in a long time. Oh, yeah. Funk makes me happy. I don't know, just love the syncopation. I played jazz for a while. It's a lot of fun. I mean, as a kid, I played jazz. It's been a long time. Let's not kid ourselves, huh? All right. Just cleaning some stuff up as we go along. Avoiding durable objects for the moment. Really? Thought there were more errors. Had it just not collected them all? Yeah. Same thing here. We need a new response type. I'm gonna call that event EMV request. It's now event. Thank you. So now we've got this response here. Oh, interesting. So at this point, we're going to be converting one to another. Huh. So for passing things like this through, maybe we should be able to go event dot response. Set status. Let's just do it. Response dot status. Yep, status. Okay, and body. It's a readable stream. It's a this, it's a that. We could just say it's a body. Is it an option? Oh, it is an option. And the status was not good. See, it feels like we should be able to go like from response or something. Response. We're also going to want the headers and stuff like that. So if it's none, we need to take it, right? Leaving none in the place. Oh, there we go. Or maybe we just don't do anything if it's a none. You call set body with a none. Should you unset it? I mean, somebody else may have already set the body. So maybe it's the same condition, right? Where if self.body's already something, we don't want to touch it. Okay, let's not touch it. Match self.body. Okay. We'll match arms. Okay. So if it's something, we don't care what it is. Gonna error out. Okay. Now if it's nothing, go ahead and set it. But then we have to do the error again. Oh, no, there was a new function, wasn't there? Where'd it go? Not replace. Insert. We can use insert now. Okay. Where are we? Here. Self.body.insert. And that's going to be body. Looks like I forgot a layer. So if it's nothing and we had nothing, then we do nothing. I love not having to worry about formatting on this. You just toss code, let it format, done. That's so nice. All right. Let me send my wife a text. Yeah, give me just a minute. All right. Sorry, I got Set body. Got that set up. Oh, it doesn't work? Is it a reference? Rate bound. From option readable stream is not satisfied. Oh, really? Huh. I thought you could into an option of something and it would automatically wrap it for you. T is into body. We do that. Or do we need the map into? I think we might need the map into. Yeah. Okay. That'll work there, but not the other place. So now we have to go back. Where's... Huh. There we go. Statics. Go ahead and rename these. So now this has to return an event. What are we doing? New with optional string and nothing. So we just return init. Oh, this is where we had been. Fine. Say we handled it. Okay, we'll be coming back to that. Good. And down here, it's response. Basically, we're giving back the readable stream and a status of 200. And response init. Okay, that's good. Done. Got it. Well, let's go into this one then. Yeah, this is going to be a little bit of a mess. Okay. We still have run routes in here. Same issue as before. These return types are slightly different. Why? Why are they slightly different? Why can't we use the same run routes as the other one? Actually, I don't know. Lib, run router, run routes, voltaic static, an event. Ah, I see. About the durable object one returns a promise. What's this one returns a result? Hmm. Just basically just this piece, isn't it? Why is it returning a promise? Because of the entry. Maybe we should get these in line. It's here. This is an async function. Oh. And if we go to durable object user, this is not an async function, but this returns a promise. So if we just return a promise here, wrap this with a promise, we can get rid of that extra function. That'd be nice. Let's do that. Run router. Let's make run router work here. Okay. Random. Thank you for the follow. Thank you. Yeah, we're listening to some funk. So, yeah, this year we're going to get rid of this. And so we're going to take this promise here out of there. Right? We're going to be putting those all over the place. Okay, let's undo this. Future to promise. Set async move block. Return that. Or set move async. That should be an error, yes? Yes, okay. Yeah, that should work. That should just be some opaque promise. That should be okay. All right, then if we go into users, plural, I think this is one I have at the top of the file. All right. All right. Let's figure out what this is. Expected enum result. Found opaque type impl future. Why is this expecting a result? I don't see why. Unless it's the WASM bind gen? But still, I mean, we have this promise here. That should be okay. If we go back to lib, you can see it's the same thing. Actually, this one's async here. But in this case, we're returning a promise. Ooh. Huh. Here. Type mismatch. Future as future output. Expected enum. Found opaque type. Is that... Do we need to box that? That takes a future, right? Now, is it complaining because of the contents or because of the return type? I thought it was because of the return type. That might not be the case. See, in other places, we actually box pin async move.
I could not.
And impl future. That's so not interesting. See, normally we had been calling run routes, plural, right? And in mod here, we had run routes, which was returning an okay result. Maybe the type isn't enough? Hey, Raimu. Futures and boxes and pins. Oh my. So we're going to get rid of that. I'm trying to reuse code. So, good morning, Mouse6. How you doing? Okay, we're going to remove those because I don't think we need it. But run router is async. Oh. Do we need to await that? I think we need to await that. Yeah. No, we actually have to do the type conversion to get the response. So we could do that. Huh. Stressful day job. You're always feeling empty on days off now. Oh no. I'm gonna skip this one. A little more funk. Yeah. So basically we have a user type here, and we want to be able to save that to, let's say, JSys map, right? So Saturday WASM bindgen helps you do that conversion. Or let's say you had a number of these and you wanted to convert it to a vector of maps. It can handle all of that. So, or you want to go the opposite direction. Oh. Yes, that is like the reverse of JS Future. Exactly. Oh, and thank you for the follow. Is that Jacobs? I was like, Jacobs shows. Good morning. So we do need some sort of wrapper around run router. So let's put that back in here. Run routes. We'll leave that there. We're actually gonna swap this out here. I'm gonna call the crate one. Run router. Routes and requests. So we'll end up calling that instead. Let's rename this. Rust promise? That would make sense. Now, the other place we're calling this here is in lib. Yeah, we end up doing some conversions. But this here is ending up doing some looping, which we don't want. And get rid of that. All right. This there is the wrong type. That should be event. Oh, come on. Let's try again. There we go. Here, event. Can I just into those? Maybe. Did we get that right? I cannot wait until that's in 2021. Good day, Custom Link. How are you? Type annotations needed at this point. Well, that should be the event object coming back through. So maybe we should save that. So here, event is going to be equal to that. Just save that. Event there and here. Event. Assign it. We'll return the error if it does happen. Return that. Fine. Okay. Now afterwards, we'll return a response. And if we get an error, same thing. I did some substrate learning. Oh, that sounds interesting. Type mismatch resolving. Output equals result to value. Expected result value. What? What am I missing there? Actually, why should it even be okay or like run route should just be returning that type. Async mo. Hmm. Oh, okay. Can't I use the question mark operator in the closure? It needs to return a result. Uh, Not exactly. This here is going to be returning a promise, and that promise has to return a response. This is where like Rust meets Cloudflare JavaScript. So this has to be a promise to a response object. Okay. How do we add a type? How do we add type info here? Can we say this is a create error? I don't think we can do that there. You can't add type info there. Where can you add type info? See, that has type information. We shouldn't need it. I should know the type there. Type annotations needed. It's error, isn't it? What's event? Oh, that's the conversion. The try into conversion returns that try into. What are we trying into? Oh, it doesn't know the return type. That's why. Um, Extract into variable. And that event goes straight through. This one here, we return the error response. So this doesn't actually return. Expected mimeograph Cloudflare response. Found event. Oh, because it's returning. I missed that return. I missed that. All right, that got me. So event comes through, falls down to this event. It says, call Menic. Thank you for the follow. Expected infallible. Found error. Oh, no, this shouldn't be event here. This should be response, shouldn't it? Why are we doing this twice? Because we're doing it down here too. Is that just way overdone? Should that just be event? Just get event through? Convert it here, try into. Oh, headed backwards. All right. So we're returning a response here and a response there. That seems decent. Single return type inside of the promise. And that's much smaller than it had been. We end up using router again. See if it's not handled, if it didn't find anything, maybe that should return actually a 404 or something else. Or is that error message correct? Is that correct? Hmm. Ryan 2 with the result. I don't know that this comment is correct. Yes, it is. Because of run router. Here it's handled or not. Okay. All right, I get it. But if it's not handled, we should return a great 404. Am I sure the closure isn't supposed to return a result? You don't get the part with the Cloudflare part with. I thought that the Cloudflare response should be some sort of try into at the end of the future promise call. So when you use a WASM by J macro, that function becomes usable from JavaScript on a web page, WASM? Yes. Yeah. Yeah, specifically the ones that we're exporting would be this here. Right, so this type is available from JavaScript, even though it's compiled in Rust. Oh, hello. He's pointing at the words. So. Yeah. All right. Yep. Now we have all of these errors. I don't know why it's looking at the get one. All right, let's change these, clean it up. Hopefully it can figure this out after we've figured the rest of them out. All right, next user. What do we have here? It's just 200. Storage to object to JSON string. Oh, interesting. We'll call that event. Rename this to event. Oops. Rename it. Let's do a couple more of those. A little bike shedding. Okay. Bike shedding over. So we're going to return the event, but the response is no longer used. So event.response.set status 200. Body to some user. That should be it. Now for this one. Ooh, internal error. So we're going to have some sort of error, huh?
Wait, your map? Dylan, look.
Happens in two places, doesn't it? Sorry. Error message is in the way. Okay, we need to return this one here. Success deleted. That's a... Is that a 204? No content? 204, no content. Okay. Set status 204. You know what? I haven't been dealing with return types on that. So we definitely want to bubble that out. And this one. I'll delete all entries. Okay. Oh, body from stir. Let's add that. Success, no content. 204. Yes. Well, one here. $500. Error updating. Okay.
Like my character with the computer because it presses whatever button I press.
Event. Do we ever return early? I think we do here. Conflict. 20, no, 409. Okay. And one here, not handled. That's okay. We can leave that. Expected enum result found mimeograph router result env request event versus response. Okay, so we're still, where are we returning a response? Oh, maybe right here. Error bad request. Is that 400? Oh, was it 400? That was 400. Okay. I'm so glad I get compiler errors for that and not have to run it in order to find the errors. That is so much like, I don't know, it gives you so much more confidence in the program. All right, a couple more. Created 201. Event response. Renames in. Yeah, what's going on here? Response. We have, I think it defaults to 200, but we'll be explicit about it. Almost there? All right. We're going to quit and start it again. Expected result, found response. Okay, let's go look at the documentation on that one. Okay. So you do return okay error. Fine. Okay, we can do that. Well, in that case, couldn't we just... No, not quite. Because we even want to handle the kind of the high-level errors here. I think we're going to end up with a case that nothing ever returns an error here. And expected JS value, found response. Okay. Wrestling the type conversions. How do we convert that? Can we just go? So that's it's going to return a response. A response is a JS type. That JS type should be able to go into JS value. Yes. From any T that is JS cast. Okay. Into. Wait, did I get the parens wrong? I did. And events not used. The wrangling's very informative. Well, I'm glad. And if you have questions, more than happy to have questions. I know I get kind of in the zone sometimes, but it's just because there are fewer questions. Oh, good. Cannot borrow as mutable. It's not declared as mutable. It's going to be a lot of that now. Oh, init. What's going on here? Yes. That does need to be mutable. Headers, though, doesn't. Why does init need to be mutable? Headers does too. Hmm. Is he going to have us come back to headers? Yeah, I'm just tossing some mutability around here. Make that mutable. Oh. Borrow of moved value. Where did you move? Here. All we're doing is passing in a cloned environment here. Let's just move the clone out. Oh, it's because it was moved up here. Let's call it like page env or something. There we go. Yes, now we get to all of our warnings for all of those things that we didn't add the try operator on. Oh, and these are never used. Okay. Get rid of them. Goodbye. Oh. Gone through all these warnings. It's not the most glorious portion of software development, but it does clean things up quite a bit. Oh, yes. Headers. Not doing that. Get back to you. Don't worry. That's not needed. Okay. All right. Oh, will it blend? Let's check. So hopefully everything still works. Because all of the types line up. And that is just gorgeous. The ability to know that the compiler is assuring you your types are correct. Right? You're calling the right functions on the right types. Oh, it timed out uploading it. Hmm. Yeah. There's a lot of stuff in that. That beautiful OCD feeling of having everything in the correct place. Absolutely. Reload. What are we resending? Cancel that. Let's just load that up. Okay. That should be a delete confirmation. Go to users. There's nothing there. Okay. Did we get a 404? We don't even get the 404. Okay. So we're just getting 200s back. That's going to be really high up here. In our lib function, or fetch handler. This is our entry point. So we've got a logic error. So we're doing this try into. Did we get the event try into correct? Was it yeah, here. Should be going through here. And what did we actually receive? Response, headers, 200. Just a ton of stuff there. No response data. We had nothing come back. Hmm. Let's go check pages real quick. Does pages not set anything? Pages. If we do a get, if we do a template render, and something's not found. Here. It says it's not handled. That makes sense. Means it comes back through. Not there. Trying to get back to lib. Through here. And it should hit this. Error response. 404. Page not found. Unless it's actually getting converted. Oh, you know what? Getting my macros confused. Okay. Where's our logging? That should not be a 200 coming back. Okay. Event goes through this loop, right? Where as we come through here, event, which is mutable, gets reset to event because we pass it in here. Pass it in, comes out here. Try to do some sort of cast, etc. to it. If that works, because it was okay, then we return a response. Otherwise, we return error. Error comes back through here and it kind of loops in there. How many times do we go through that? We should be going through that once for every route and then failing. Nothing? Still. What? So it didn't even come through those? Or it went to here? Huh. Avicon. Oh, that one works. So statics work. Pages do not. Oh. Oh. I butchered something in pages. No. Comes through here, goes into render, render. Get the site config, append something to the path, look for it in the KV store, and we return not handled. Right? Yeah, yeah. Maybe, just maybe, I messed this up. It's called event, yes. Routes, event.
Dylan somehow I got first place on the leaderboard.
Okay, we did change it. Used to error request, which now both of these should have been error. Okay, so I flipped that. Anything else? Yeah, this one's return okay. Here, okay on the 404. Maybe it should be a little bit more descriptive. We're doing event for either one of these. Why not just pass through the router result? That's descriptive. It's a little verbose, but it's descriptive. Yeah, this is the only one I wouldn't know what to do with. Um, we would say that it's handled and that there was an error. Okay, let's change this up. This has confused me a couple times today, so we're going to fix that. Not by making me smarter, but by changing the code. All right. Yes, they have incompatible types. It's okay. So we come through here, we match on this. If it's handled, great. In its future, we await it. The result of that, if it's an okay, we pass that through. If it's an error, we need to do something with the error. No, we don't. It would have already been done. When do we ever handle, when do we ever return something as an error here? When it says it's the error type, right? Because, okay. Oh, I wasn't on mute. I was. So what are the return types here? Res here. It's router result. So pinbox future. Really? Even for the error case? I guess it returns a route result, and then there's a T and a U on there. And the routes describe the U. And these are future route results. And in this case, if it's error, it should just be error, right? Because it's the result to a router result. So we should have that error there. Oh, so it's an error. So we have to convert that into something else. Kind of like we did here. And in this case, we should be returning router unhandled. Oh. Yeah. Oh, this is challenging because we can't pass the error back. Oh, man. Well, we're coming up on 6 hours here. Probably going to have to call it. Got some other stuff I got to get done.
Whoa.
So it's handled. We get it back, right? Future, we get the res. Error. Why would we get an error here? And why would the crate error not have that type? Maybe this is bogus. But everything else is okay? Yeah, I get that that was moved. But the router's result here. Oh, you're welcome. You're welcome. Yeah, this is gonna bug me. I'm gonna have to come back and look at that again. So let's see. Who shall we raid today? Competitive programming with JavaScript. Maybe some rustling later. Competitive programming? Hold on a sec. Okay, so turns out there's a bear in the area. A good sized brown and black bear. Yeah. Oh my goodness. Must have been Yogi. Yeah, no, neighbor showed up. Don't ever talk to him. Not because I don't like him, just because he lives far away. Now, big in a basket? Come on, boo boo. All right. Well, I feel so bad. All right. Oh my goodness. Especially because I gotta go now, and I should have just rated earlier. I'm so sorry. Hopefully, you enjoyed the music. Under 36 or so. Yeah. Yeah. All right. So, we're gonna raid White Panther. We do this every now and then. Is it that old? Xenocron. Yes. Yes, it's old. All right, y'all. Till next time. Bye bye.
Those things. Look what I got. Let's go, my